Whoops. Oh, whoops. the heck? Yo, Broken, welcome. So, it's just an assignment that I have. We're making a 2D game where a character just moves. Like, we have the option of doing a side profile or a top down view. I'm doing the same as most people, where it's a top down view. Your character moves in up, left, right, or down and picks up collectibles. And only after you've uh, picked up all of the collectibles, you can go to the exit and the game finishes. So that's what I'm building. Right now, I don't have anything visual to look at. I'm doing all the sort of preliminary allocation of memory because you would provide a map. I just realized I'm in the middle of the code. Sorry. Here. So you would provide a map, which I have over here as an example. The map needs to be enclosed, and the characters represent different parts of the map. So 1 is a wall, 0 is just an empty floor. P is player, C is collectible, and E is exit. So now I'm just taking in this text, parsing through it, allocating for it, and verifying that it is a valid map, which for the most part it is now. But now I need to start working on an extra validation check that I'm calling is playable, which means if I convert the player is starting here at the top left, if you will, their walls around here are fine. But if I change these to walls, whoops, that should be a 1. That should be a 1. Now the player spawns in and is completely enclosed by walls. This needs to be rejected. But as of right now, it's like, yeah, that's good. Because it's meeting all of the parameters that I've set thus far. So now the next step is to fix that problem. Sounds not too hard. How long do you have to finish it? I mean, I'd like it to be done as soon as possible. So I'm giving myself a week at most to get it done. I've been taking a bunch of breaks over winter just because Path of Exile 2 came out. I've been socializing, or other times just not been feeling up to it. And I feel like, especially at moments when I've had what I would refer to as like brain fog, you're not going to make anything happen with code. Your head hurts, you're not thinking straight. But now I feel like I have the capacity. As much as I would like to F around and play games, I need to put my nose to the grindstone and get this done. Because then it's just on to the next project and it keeps going. So we would uncomment the isPlayable function, which should take us... Where is my isPlayable function? Oh, I didn't make one. Okay. Validate path. Flood fill. Create temp map. Player position. These were some example functions that I grabbed that I would like to alter for my own needs. Player start. Yo, Hamster, welcome in. Yep, back at it. Getting farther along. Could probably put it into T-game. Int player X, int player Y. There's no need for this. As a matter of fact, result, flood fill, game temp, player start. Player start is really just going to be player X and player Y, which is now incorporated into the game struct. So I can just remove this argument entirely. And we can go up to flood fill, and we can remove this parameter entirely. So, actually, before we do that, it was looking at position. Oh, I see. Well, ultimately, this is a true-false function. So we have enough room that this could just become a local variable. Two local variables, in fact. Int well, no. We're just going to bring in tdata data. Everywhere it says position, we will replace with the data struct, not data. And where did you go? Here. Here we will pass data, but here we need to receive data. Pointer to data. Validate path. Maybe we don't need is playable. Because at the end of the day, we're returning an integer, which is either going to be 0 or 1. Validate path. Have you implemented a valid move function so player can't walk into walls? Yes, I have. Sorry. Yes, we will need that. No, I have not implemented it. Just because, like, we haven't rendered anything to the screen. Like, right now I'm purely focused on the map and making sure that the map is, like, perfect. And then we'll start rendering stuff to the screen and dictating, you know, if the direction you're going has a wall, then just return. That's all part of a library that we've imported that we use to make the game and render it to the screen and do all of the, like, key binding and event, what do you call it? Event triggers. So we will get there. I guess I'm just going to change this to is playable, because that's what we're checking for. And then from here, data grid. Where does grid come into this? I don't think we need any of this. Temp makes sense. Create temp map. Oops. A valid player start will have 2 possible moves in the corner. Being trapped will only have 1. Well, if by being trapped you mean there are walls all around, there's no valid move. But we're not just checking for the player in this circumstance. We need to make sure that the player, the exit, or any collectibles are also not enclosed by walls. Everything needs to be reachable. There needs to be some path that exists. So we're using flood fill, because flood fill can recursively check every possible move and ensure that something is reachable, because it'll start saying like, oh, how many collectibles have we had? Did we get all the collectibles and we found the exit? If not, then something is wrong. So it'll just recursively go through checking every direction, going 1 to the right, going 1 to the left, going up 1, going down 1. Let's go back to creating the temp map. Whoops. Allocate memory for the temp map. Then temp map I, string duplicate, game map at I. Temp map game height equals null. Return. Okay, that's fine. Flood fill game temp data. What's wrong here? Incompatible with parameter of type T data. Why? Flood fill game temp data. Game. Oh. Needs to be a pointer. My bad. Right, so now this should not be dot notation. This should be arrow notation. And we don't need typecasting. I guess I can't destructure. Well, the only thing I'm missing is the ability to separate X and Y of the temporary positions every time I move the player in this simulation, if you will. So rather than receiving data at this point, I could receive, whoops, temp back. So the data, X data. Okay, so I want an integer. Or no, sorry, that needs to stay. Integer, temp X, yes. And then when I'm calling the function, we will pass temp map X, temp X, Y, like that. If there's no result, no valid path is available, and then we will free we want to free the original map, but also the allocated temp map. So I should get my trusty handle error. This can be in here. So we free the game. We say no valid path available. We free the game map, and then I mean, we have enough room. I could just duplicate this. What does handle error have? It always puts the string no matter what. So I'm gonna say, actually, I can just go right to free split. Whoops. Where are you? Did I go too far? I went too far. Here. Free split temp. Because if I try to use this twice, the way I have this set up, it's going to try and double free some stuff, and we can't have that. And then I saw, I didn't mean to call this map height or map width. And now none of these need to point to data, because now we're just directly accessing temp map X and temp max Y, or temp map Y. Whoops, not insert. And then we're not destructuring. Whoops. Oops. One. All right. Game and data. Yes. Comparison of integer expressions of different signedness. 174. Not really a need for this to be size t because I'm using integers. Also, really anywhere that I have size t, I'd rather just go int. Oops, 253. Segfault. Okay. Equals fuck. Show leak kinds. $92 bytes and 7 blocks. It does determine no valid path available, which is wrong. Use of uninitialized value of size 8. When I check the necessary characters, I also determine where players' X and Y coordinates are. So we don't actually need this function at all. And here, or I think I'm allowed to have 5 variables per function, which is just the right amount. In fact, I don't even need to set variables because I already have something called temp map x, temp map y. I just haven't given them a value. So data temp map x equals not game. Oh, I need to also be receiving player in this function. T player, whoops, player. And then when we go to call is playable, we will also pass player. So I can say player, player X, and then Y. Okay. Less complaining. Same amount of leakage, but the uninitialized value issue is solved. 36 bytes in 6 blocks. So it's the temporary map. This is each of the lines. And this is the array that holds all the lines. The real question is, how is it performing this and determining no valid path is available when clearly there's no obstruction at all? So oops. Does it get all the way to the end? No. Oh. Oops. Necessary characters. Good. Check walls. Here's where we go wrong here. So within data, these are just random trash values. X1, Y1. Good. Temp, create temp map. Where did we put temp? At the bottom? Here. Okay. Looks like it was copied correctly. Result equals flood fill. We have a result of 0, which means it was successful. If no result. 0 means everything came back okay. There was no issue, which is a falsy value, and I'm testing in this if statement for a falsy value. That's why. But something's going wrong with freeing the memory here. So are you actually checking if the map is solvable? Like if I made a maze of walls? Yes. I just want to double check. Oh. No, this flood fill needs more work. Because anytime we find 1, we return 0. But every place that we go, we're setting the spot as a 1 to, like, not collide with it, I guess. Which, I feel like that's technically fine. Like, if we have the player position begin where the P is, we run through, this is not true, this is not true, this is not true. So set the current space to 1, then recursively call again, move to the right, move to the left. This one will return 0. Move up, this will return 0. Move down. So only this and this will actually continue recursively calling, whereas these will immediately return. And this will, all of these recursive calls will continue happening until they've all reached a point where they return 0, and then the rest of them will start coming back. And as each one is running, we're incrementing collectibles as we find them. So if after all of this occurs, collectibles is equal to the amount of collectibles there are, and the exit was found, which is set when one of the cases hits this, then return 1. The only problem is I don't think there's any way for me to follow the recursive logic. I mean, maybe there is. Let's F around and find out. Okay. So this is at position 2. Four, 2. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, anything at x4 is going to return 0. Makes sense. Then we start checking, going to the left. But temp max x equals 4. Two, 0, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2 is a collectible. It didn't look like it did a collectible. Temp map x minus 1. I feel like these values are not representing themselves at the time as these lines are being ran. I think this is some kind of LLDB flaw. How many collectibles do I have in total? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Do we get to 10? We do. I'm assuming all these other ones are just ending up being walls, even though the temp map X and the temp map Y, like currently I'm seeing the values 2. My head's in the way. I'm seeing the values 2, but we've already checked these coordinates before. Game collectibles and exit found. Okay, so we reached the end there. And the result was 0. But it shouldn't have been. Now let's check in the game. Oh, the collectibles haven't been set. The collectibles haven't been set. You fool. You fool. Where's loop necessary characters? I'm checking the wrong thing. You fool. Okay. Now I see the error of my ways. Before we jump into that, we're going to say yes. My collectibles are in another castle. That's right. Yes, sir. So, get wrecked, plumber. Fuck you, Peach. Suck on these, Peach. Now let's enclose the player. No valid path available. Now we have leaks. So we need to properly free memory in this scenario. Why can't I call free split on temp? Because it's happening after I've already exited. You fool. Programmer. It sounds like someone is drilling a hole through the floor. But I think the person above... We had this problem last year when I was playing Alan Wake and I was complaining about it. Now I realize, considering it's the same time of year where it's happening, this person is baking. And they're using, like, a blender. They're mixing ingredients. And they're letting the whole neighborhood know. Anyway. Because we would hear this noise, and then we would hear, like, thunk, 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 thunk. So I'm like, hammering and drilling? No. Baking. Baking and, like, beating dough or something. Whatever it is. Okay, so that seems to work. Now let's make this an open floor. Now it should not throw an error. But it did. No valid path available. Why? Oh, no, that's true. An exit space cannot be crossed until you have all the collectibles. So I've effectively created a wall in which you can't reach these two collectibles. So that is accurate. If I put a 0 here, now it's fine. So let's put the exit at the bottom. And we'll put a collectible here. And then I'll put it back the way I said before. All good. Cool. So now, is there anything I'm missing with regards to validating the map before I move on? I check that there's at least one player and one exit. I check that there's at least one collectible. I check that the entire map is enclosed by walls. And I check that any walls that exist within the map do not, or the exit for that matter, do not prevent the player from completing the game. I don't think there was any other case I had to check for. Let me pull up the assignment. Map. Walls, collectibles, free space. No invalid characters allowed. I've covered that. The map must be rectangular. So if I just remove a chunk, map is not rectangular. All heaps were freed. The map must be closed / surrounded by walls. So if I remove and make a hole at the bottom, map is not surrounded by walls. We just finished checking for a valid path. You must be able to parse any kind of map as long as it respects the above rules. I think I had, yeah, I have a map called Bigger, which is like just the same idea, but more. Beautiful. Very nice. Very nice. Will it work if the only valid path is going to the goal? Will it work if the only valid path is going to goal prior to any collectibles? No, sorry, I was exploring that a little bit earlier. So what happened was, it's kind of hard to tell with like ones and zeros, but if you understand the characters you're looking at, it's a bit more clear. But so at one point, the exit was here. So if you ignore the outer ones, which are the walls, the player starts here, and to the right and down and to the right are a wall. And then at a diagonal, there's an exit. So these two collectibles are effectively closed in by walls, except for this E that's like plugging the bottom. But in the game, you're only allowed to cross onto the exit square when you've picked up all the collectibles. So this acts like a wall until you have all the collectibles. So that's why I had no valid path here. It's not valid to do that, is the long-winded answer. So, because I'm pretty sure that's how the game is supposed to work. The player's goal is to collect every collectible present on the map, then escape, choosing the shortest possible route. Choosing? All of these assignments are French translations, and I find it very frustrating at times. I'm in a privileged position where I'm a native English speaker. The WASD keys must be used to move the main character. The player should be able to move in 4 directions, up, down, left, and right. The player should not be able to move into walls. Every move, the current number of movements, must be displayed in the shell. 2D top-down view. The game doesn't have to be real time. Real time. Okay. Your game has to display image in a window. The management of your window must remain smooth. Pressing escape must close the window and quit the program. Clicking on the cross on the Windows frame must close the window and quit the program. Use of images is mandatory. Thank God we're not dealing with real time. Like, are they just referring to the fact that things are happening? Because there is a bonus where you can create like patrolling guards, and I believe that would make it real time. You will get extra points if you make the player lose when they touch an enemy patrol. You get extra points if you add some sprite animation. You get extra points if you display the movement count directly on screen instead of writing it in the shell. Which are like fun add-ons, I think. This is like a dolphin game where it's swimming around. But I actually saw someone's example and I thought it was really funny. If you played the old Zelda games, I especially remember it from Ocarina of Time, when you're trying to enter into Zelda's castle and you're slowly sneaking past the guards that are walking around on routes. I thought that would be a fun idea. But I'm sticking with Recycling Simulator because it's relevant to me. And I feel like many people who know Zelda have done this already, so. Could make enemies only move after you move. Oh, that's a fun idea. How do you express slowly WASD? What? Oh, I mean, if I made it turn based so that the guards moved every time, then you'd kind of have to just like move back and forth to force the guards to move. Because I would give them a specific patrol route. They wouldn't be smart. I would just draw a line or draw like a box in which they're constantly moving. But that's too much thinking for like ensuring that the player um, tries to do that in the most efficient way possible. Because I'd have to think of like the most fair way, the most efficient way for that to happen, and then let them try and figure that out. I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be back. Sorry for the wait. I had a whole idea with instead of tracking moves, you track hunger, which is also moves, but it reduces after getting to exit with collectibles. All the collectibles grabbed go to 0. Hunger gets reduced by that amount. Map gets regenerated with starting hunger equal to what you had. That's a cool concept if you were to like extrapolate upon this, but unfortunately it violates the rules of the assignment. It's very specific on like the rule set you have to use. But that is an interesting take on like a basic 2D game having a survival element. I like that. I'm also personally not crazy about survival games, but I think that would be pretty easy to program. Because, like, even though it's inefficient, you always end up hungry, so it was also a social commentary. That's funny. I like that. In this case, it's like golf. You're trying to get it done in the least amount of moves possible. But it's also acceptable for the player to just kind of stupidly go up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, left, right, left, right, left, right, and then like finish the game. But it would be extraneous moves that weren't necessary. In this case, in your design, like you would lose doing that. So I can't do that here. But if I wanted to build 2D games like that, that's an option. It's kind of cool. Speaking of old classic games, I was watching Zach stream for a little bit before bed, and he was scrolling on Twitter, and I saw a post that said somebody came out with a 1080p unofficial PC port of Star Fox 64. I was so excited. I was in bed. I jumped out of bed because I was like, I played so much Star Fox 64 on my Nintendo when I was a kid, obsessively. I have to try this. It's so good. Like, oh my god. It's like so clean. Wonder if they'll do it for Star Fox 2. I never played Star Fox 2. This was the only Star Fox game I ever played, besides Super Smash Bros., where I always played as Star Fox because he's the best character in Nintendo 64 Smash Bros. I'd love to make a game like this, though. Just like a pilot shooter on rails. The reason I like this game so much is because like I grew up being such a big Star Wars fan. So this always felt like I was playing like doing the trench run, you know? And there was the Rogue Squadron. Whew. The only thing I don't know how to do is the tricks. I think there was a README. Analog stick, C buttons, D-pad. How would you... Weird little prototype unreleased game. Interesting concept where you have to macro strategy what levels to do, trying to stop enemy progress on world map. Oh, so it's kind of like Galactic Conquest from the Star Wars Battlefront games. The old ones. Imagine a world of a map level selection, but enemy forces from opposite direction. Yeah. That's cool. I wonder... Oh, is it the right thumbstick? Oh. Whoa. Whoa. Oh. Oh, so I think you combine boosting with a direction, right? Yes. Oh my god, dude. This is perfect. So happy someone decided to do this. This game was my childhood. All I ever played on Nintendo was Star Fox and Super Smash Bros. I mean, that's not true. I played Zelda Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask a lot too. Oh, whoops. Clearly I'm rusty. So you come here, and then you go, whoop, bam. I come through here, bloop. Yeah. Whoop, pow. Whoop. Booyah. SNES though, so a bit rough. Oh yeah, I can imagine. I can do the flip, but like, yeah. That's what happens when I get to the edge of the map, but there was another thing where it was possible that you could like self-impose the turnaround. How do I do that? Oh, is it the break? No. Press C for boost. To somersault, press down and to the left. Move meter is red, techniques will not work. Press Z or air to move to, yeah. Press B to bomb. Again to detonate. Oh. Hold A, it'll charge your laser. Oh, that's right. Bam. Boom. I forgot about that. Bloop. But I swore there was like I could do the flip like this. But what happened to the... If you reach the edge of the map, you'll do a U-turn. Is it only when I reach the edge of the map? I thought I could do it myself. No, there it is. Down. Oh, I see now. If I press the right stick to the left and then pull down, I'll do a flip. If I push the thumbstick down and both sticks down, then I do the U-turn. Beautiful. My wife's like, I thought you were doing homework. I am doing homework. I'm studying video games to make my 2D collectible game better. I can add a somersault feature. Anyway, I was just very excited by that because I loved this game so much. I thought it was wonderful. Because it's like so simple, but it feels way more fluid than the Star Wars Rogue Squadron game. So I found myself playing it way more. I had the Rogue Squadron game too, in like the funniest way possible. I rented it a bunch of times because my parents would allow me. But then one time, because this was Blockbuster days, of course, and I can't remember what I put in there, but there was like an N64 game I didn't really care for. I put it into the Rogue Squadron case and just kept Rogue Squadron. And like it was all teenagers who didn't give a fuck. So like ruined some kid's day, yeah. Oh man. N64 was the shit. Really opened the doors to like me being a computer nerd. I'm thinking at some point we gotta do like some retro gameplay. I want to play Ocarina of Time. I want to play Majora's Mask. I'll definitely play Star Fox. I don't know what else.
Is it Ocarina or Orcarina?
It's. I think most people say Ocarina.
Yeah. It sounds like you're saying Orc Arena. Like there's an R.
Maybe I said Orc. I don't know. When I was a kid, I definitely said Ocarina. But everyone knows what I'm saying. It's a stupid word. It's not real. Um. Okay, now. Now we gotta do some actual graphics. So no. Um there was some like no. Where is it? Actually, she sent it to me on Discord. Uh This one. Yeah, this guy did the Zelda thing. He collects rupees and then like the hatch opens. That's cool. Initializing or maintaining a window. In order to start and show off our game in all its glory, one of the first most important things to do is set up the connection between our program and the X window system. Our program can create windows, handle user input, and perform other graphical operations using the functions provided by the MLX library. Pointer to an opaque structure that represents the connection. The pointer can be passed to other MLX42 functions that require connection to the X server. They'll know exactly what window instance they should be working with. Stumble upon some examples in a bit. MLX init returns a pointer to the window structure that will be used by other MLX42 functions. It must be called at the beginning of the program. Okay. How do I write it again? Well, you have a Mocha Pala.
This expires first.
Oh.
Mocha Pala's on the 29th. This is on the 28th.
No need.
I'm being smart.
You're being sweet.
I'm smart. Eating things in order of expiry.
Are you gonna serve me some?
How?
What do you mean? It's all in one big piece?
No, it's.
I thought it was 4 pieces.
It's 4 pieces. What do you mean serve you some? Like,
Thank you. No, it's fine.
I don't understand what you mean.
A piece.
What do you mean?
Yeah, it's fine.
I eat and then I leave it to you.
Okay.
Or do you want me to put them in this?
Are you gonna have both of yours?
Yeah, probably.
That's fine then. But you can have yours first. Don't worry about it.
But they're all here together.
MLX loop hook, MLX key hook. Can I just call MLX init? Too few arguments. Width, height, Title resize. Right. I'll put it down here. Width, height. I guess I'll call it so long. Whoa. Okay. That was interesting. And it's expected that this library will leak, so no worries there. Hmm. Did it open a window? No. MLX loop. We have a method for any events that might happen. MLX loop function only takes a pointer to our window. Right. So what kind of pointer was it? MLXT. And then the result of this function, excuse me, will populate here. And then we don't need this. MLX loop. MLX loop MLX. I was just teasing. You could put it in the fridge. I'm sorry. I'm a terrible person, I know.
I went through so much trouble. And then you don't want
Set up callbacks for events that occur during the main.
silly bush.
Yes. 3 arguments. If your program closes, the programmer user initiated, make sure to close your window and clean up your mess. MLX close window. MLX terminate. Close window. Start new client. MLX 42. Untick native OpenGL. Tick disable access control. Hmm. Feels like it's trying to do something. Why can't I get a window? If I introduce the loop, then it just keeps running. Oh, here. Aha. There you are. We have a window. Now we have to put stuff in the window. We've emerged onto the graphical window space. Hell yeah. Hey. This is a very Canadian reference, but I feel like some things traversed into the US reboot where it was like, warning, incoming game. Warning, incoming game. Yeah, reboot was the shit. Yeah, that was like the main thing. And then Bob just like, DG reboot. And then he'd get like a costume tailored to the game that he was playing. And then there was like the primary antagonist, Megabyte. With our loop established, there are a couple of things we need to put in place to make sure that all of our events are registered, programmer user initiated. Key hook, loop hook. I want to call this interface. So we're going to say start interface unpass interface. And then these these will go into the function we call start interface. Where we will also receive game. And this actually, I guess maybe this can happen in this function so that we don't have to receive it here. Actually, no, it should start outside this function so it can be used by other functions later. We're just trying to save some lines. So we start by declaring the variable here so that we have access to this interface pointer. Then we pass it into start interface. We do this. I don't actually think the loop should be in here. As long as we can allocate memory for the game and argc I think we also need to parse this. I don't think I verified. Yeah, I didn't verify that the map ends in .ber. Oh, Yulcher, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Also, this is a 40-line function. This needs to be cleaned up. This is 27 lines. Hello from UFA. UFA. I'm feeling incredibly ignorant right now. UFA. There's like numbers and math swirling around my head as I'm like deeply trying to access what this might be. You're the country expert. What's an UFA? UFA.
Spell it.
UFA.
Sounds
It's a city name. Oh. In Finland? Oh. Oh, in Russia. Ah, okay.
Like United Federation of Asia.
Chokovo, bratan. Davai, davai. These are the few words that I've learned. There are many Russian people in Canada, but there are many Russian people in Finland as well. So I've been picking up on some stuff. But yes, Privyet. Bytes red. FD. Buffer. Void. Read. Loop. And we want game. We want file descriptor. Whoa, chill. We need line. And we need not map. Buffer. Oh, but we also need temp. Damn it. Actually, I could change this. If right? Yeah. That saved me one line. If bytes red. This is missing an indentation. Do I need to care about these white space characters? Because there's a temptation for me to just remove this line. Like, whoever uses these, every time someone has tested my software, they either introduce new lines, spaces, or tabs. Oh, whoops. Vertical tab, form feed, or carriage return. Like, it's not really relevant. Now I'm not over the line count. Does Windows still use CRLF for new line? CRLF? I don't even know what that is. Not something you have to think about, is it? I don't think so. Not to... Linux uses line feed? It hasn't come up. Windows uses carriage return line feed. I mean, this feels like an archaic printer character for like when my grandmother was using the computer. I'm not sure if it has any relevance now. I think it lacks practicality. But there's another way around this. I just like to explicitly write the characters so that you know this is a new line, this is obviously a space, this is a tab. But I could just use their decimal format and impose a range. Because then I just say if the character, it was within the range of 9 to 13 or is 32. I could just do it that way. Do I have to exit on invalid character? In this case, if any of these white space characters exist, I continue. The reason I'm doing this is because when someone gives me a map like this, if they type 1 for a wall and then they go like tab, space, 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 tab, tab, space, 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 this will still produce the same result as its original. That's all I'm doing, is like, in a smaller example, what if you just continue on any invalid character? I don't want to continue on an invalid character. If there is an invalid character, then we need to exit. That's what this contingency is. If I encounter new line or null, actually it's kind of redundant for me to put new line here, because if I hit new line here, we're breaking the loop anyway. So this is a redundancy. But I could say if the character is space, or if the character is greater than 9, or the character is less than 13. And then we encapsulate, so not or, sorry, and, whoops, oh my god, like that. That's saying what I had before, but more concisely. And if I wanted to be consistent and use decimal formats, then instead of writing the space character, I could write 32. Because of how it's expressed on this table. Decimal format. So we start from 9 for horizontal tab, and we can cover new line, vertical tab, form feed, carriage return, all the way up to 13. And then the generic space character is 32. So if the character is 32 or falls into this range from 9 to 13, then go back to the start and look at the next character. Not even allowing my CSV file? No, get that shit out of here. The fuck? Absolutely not. CSV. CSVDs. Got him. Okay. We were going to get into the fun graphic stuff, but now I'm at a point where I'm just starting to like clean up because of the formatting rules at school. I can't just leave this how it is. I was kind of doing that for the most part as we were going along, but there are a few exceptions where this just needs to be fixed. I could probably take this nested while loop and place it into a function, which to me is so dumb, but you know. We're going to call it loop loop. I was going to jokingly suggest putting loop contents into functions. Yeah. And that's literally what I have to do. So now I can take this. Loop loop. And we're going to pass in I. All we can do is pass in I, int I. And then the j equals 0, and the int j will need to be established locally here. And j equals 0. Why is it complaining? Expected a semicolon. Oh, it did expect a semicolon. True. Because these are all being assigned as part of structs, so we can just have these things run through within a void function. There's nothing that needs to be returned. We're just making the assignments and then leaving. Then it will move to the next one and go again. Start interface. Int j, unused. Oh. Yes. Be gone. Start interface. Interface is used uninitialized. Huh? You're telling me I can't do that? Bruh. Okay. What if I pass the address of interface? Then the problem becomes the parameter that's being received. So I want to receive ***. And then we're going to set dereferenced, right? Like that. Take that. Not initialized. You don't want to let me initialize in a separate function, then we'll just work with the address. How about that? So the only thing that's going over line count now is my read map function. How can we break this up? We have a loop here. We have I, which can be declared locally. Game height, so that's just passing game. We have line. So I need to pass game. I need to pass file descriptor, line, and map. That works. And then this while loop was just getting the height and width. So it should be the same deal. I believe. When I initiate values. No, never mind. Okay, so get map width height. Void function. Why did it erase everything? Frig off. So we want game. We want file descriptor. Or it's an int, sorry. File descriptor. We want char star line. And we want I think that's it, actually, for this one. So then each of these, we're trying to get the width of the game by taking the string length. And that's being set through the struct. The height is being set through the struct. So nothing needs to be returned, which is good. So I'm going to just take all of this and throw it here. Right? Sorry. Get map width height. Throw all this here. But then line is not initialized. So we will pass the address of line and we will receive the pointer to the pointer of line. And then anywhere line is, I believe, well, let's watch it complain. Yeah. Anywhere this is. Oh. There's one here. Here, 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 here. Parenthesis. Well, why can't I put parenthesis? What? What? What the hell? Star. Why did this become 0? What? What in tarnation? Everywhere there is a star line, we will add parenthesis. Operand of dereference must be a pointer, but has type char. So can I just do that? No. Can I just do that? Wow, that's a lot of whining. Parsing argument 3 of get next valid line from incompatible pointer type. Do I no longer need to refer to the address because it's initialized? Argument 1 of ft string length makes pointer from integer without a cast. Int typecast? Question mark? Char. Get next valid line. Right. It wants to receive a double pointer. So you're saying you just want it raw. Meaning the address. Pointer from integer without a cast. You want... Oh, you want size t. So then... How about no? Just line? Can we do that? Whoops. Assignment to char from void star. Makes integer from pointer without a cast. Was this not necessary? Did I just do like a bunch of unnecessary shiz? Get map width height. Whoa, didn't mean to insert. Okay, we need to remove the MLX stuff because it's messing me up. Conditional jump depends on uninitialized value. Line 91. Okay, that's the other half that we just haven't dealt with yet. So generate map void generate map. We have line here. But I feel like this breaks because we're just passing the dereferenced value line, but we want to alter whatever's at the address since we're working with a void function. So instead, I will pass the address, and then the receiving parameter of this function should be double star, which is probably going to break all this and then ask me to do what I was doing before. And line char star star star, huh? Oh, in get next valid line. Okay, so then this is just line. Yeah. Okay. And then in this case, this needs to be dereferenced. Great. Unused parameter game, line 69. Nice. So all this can go here. We can say int I. And the only thing that we're missing receiving here is char star star line, because we want to do the same thing. We want to pass the address of line. Right? Excuse me. $76. Incompatible pointer type. Right, just line. String duplicate, but line is star star, so we need to dereference. Handle error. Right, if we handle error, we need to dereference. If we need to free, we need to dereference. That's actually the case here as well. Dereference line equals null. Dereference line equals null. Okay. Dereference line equals null. Int I, unused variable. That's true. That is true. 81 dereference? No. Oh, yeah, thank you. All good. Yeah, buddy. That's what we call turning a mess into a bigger mess. Fucking right.
In the business.
In the business. That's what we call quacking it up. Pointers are such hell. You could say pointers are pointless. Because it's 2024. We've solved the problem. No, I mean, I think it's fine. But, like, it's not my favorite thing. Clearly, I've begun to really grasp the idea. I just have to be hit with the error, which always tells me the information I need, and then I fix it. But generally, I know how I can work with them. It's nice that with every piece of data you work with, there's both the important information itself plus an address that's underlying. Which, of course, there has to be. But the fact that you can explicitly work with them and play around with them in this way is quite helpful. So now, let's break some stuff. I mean, that... Oh, I'm testing with the wrong map, aren't I? Yeah. Test map. There we go. Map is not rectangular. All blocks are freed. Let's put this back. Let's change this to an X. Invalid character in map. Let's put this back. Let's put a hole at the bottom. Map is not surrounded by walls. All things were freed. Awesome. Let's trap the player inside of walls. No valid path. All heaps freed. Sweet. No issues. Actually... Okay, good. No valid path. That's what we want. Change this to a C. Change this to an E. There we go. Great. Good, good, good. Being able to pass all that around is neat. Yeah, it is. It's just like... The reason that you do these things is so that you can make code more human readable, so that when you're looking at the outside function that's calling these smaller inner functions, they're kind of telling a story, right? But like, my story is written by an idiot. Because I'm like, necessary characters, loop necessary characters, loop necessary characters. What? But I just can't be arsed. Like, I think any decent human being who wants people to be able to follow the logic would just leave it all. Like, if you have a loop and then a nested loop, just leave those in the same function. There's no story that needs to be hidden away. You're just forcing the person to now go look at what Loop Loop does, which is just a loop. Like, anyway. Um, so now we're not at a point where we're over with any lines, to the best of my knowledge. I would like to run Norminet on, what did I call this? Main so long? Missing header. Preprocessor statement. Oh, right. I had extra stuff when I was testing. We probably don't need those anymore. Line too long. Assignment in control structure. Assignment in control structure. I can't do that? How about we call you a static char buffer? $28. Nope. Damn it. That's annoying. Which means this has to go back to the way it was. Actually, I should just enable this. So it starts yelling at me. So this is fine. This line is too long, it said. We got lots of space. Let's just go there, there. And then for some reason it doesn't refresh. So you have to like do something to make it refresh. So now that's fine. We know we're missing the header. I always add that later. Because I think the header is incredibly stupid and annoying. It's like an ugly thing that you have to scroll past. So I don't put that on my GitHub anymore. I only want to add it for the sake of the project because it's a requirement to pass, which is dumb. Assignment and control structure. So no more if statement. No more Mr. Nice Guy. Missing tabs for indent level. What are you talking about? You're a rotten liar. Assignment and control structure. Bruh. Okay. So I'm trying to remember. Read -1 for errors, 0 for end of file. And we're only reading 1 byte at a time. Is that you?
One bite at a time.
Oh, that's you making a bite sound. Okay. Funny.
One at a time.
So this assignment has to happen here in the loop. Then it has to be initialized as 1 so that it will enter the loop the first time. It'll do this, assign the number 1 again. If something was red, terminate it, check if it's new line or null. If it is, break. If it's space or one of the white space characters, continue. If it's a valid character, continue. String join, free, loop again. If we get to the end of the file, then this is 0. Skip. 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 This might get fucked. What is the end of file character value? End of text, end of transmission. It should just be a check. If not bytes red, break. Wait, what just happened? Oh, I see. Break. Like that. So dumb. I hate this. Because within this loop, I have bytes read, file descriptor, buffer, line. Is it only 4? Oh, and temp. It's 5. I can't do that. Motherfucker. Such a pointless obstacle. So maybe I just take stuff inside the while loop up to this point. Bytes read, file descriptor, buffer. Game. Maybe up to here. But these are instructions that pertain to the loop that it's currently within. So I don't think I could return break, return continue. There's like no good way to do this. How come I'm not hearing those sounds? Did I accidentally mute the stream sounds? We're gonna go ADHD and fix this. Bio 3. Sources. Twitch alerts. What the hell? My redemption's broke? Why you do that? It's on Vio 3, which is where the Can I like return that? That's so weird. Where's the redemptions thing? How do I give that back to you? Manage prediction, manage goals, raid channel. Wasn't there a button for this? Community, channel points reward queue. Mute. Stream manager. Community. Channel points reward queue. There it is. Oh god, last year. What the fuck? Reject all and refund all the points. Mary Chrysler. I don't know. It's a gimmick. It's not that important right now. I'll fix it later. Bigger fish to fry. Anyway. Fuck this function. I feel like the only thing I can do is remove like tiny pieces, which is so stupid. Int. No. Bytes red. Bytes red equals bytes red. Expression preceding parenthesis of a parent call. This didn't even save me lines. Consecutive new lines. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Oh, God. Come on, dude. Read and process buffer. One, two, three, four. What do you mean? Assignment in control structure. Yeah, true. But now I can take this. You need to set bytes Read to yeah, that's true. Space before function name. Empty line. Expected new line. Oh yeah, I don't even need this now. Oh no, I do. I don't know. Who cares? Variable declaration not at start of function. You're lying. You're just straight up lying. Stop it. Get help. Set but not used. Oh god. That's true. Why am I even doing this in the first place? Deactivate Dixie. Empty line. Functions must be separated by a new line. Line too long. Are you kidding me, dude? Get out of here. Too many functions in file. Yeah, thanks. I'll fix that later. Line too long. So stupid. I hate this. Just making me intentionally have ugly code for no reason. Consecutive new line. Line too long. Line too long. Oh my god. Function separated by new line. Yeah, exactly. Like, you're so confusing. Line too long. In specifically two places, so it should be okay to just do this, and we just make it. Thank God. Misaligned variable. So now, Normanet main C 118. Okay. $224. So now that's going to be $225. $309. That's going to be $310. $311, sorry. Space before function. And $326 now. Empty line. Missing header. Too many functions. Comment invalid. Okay. Those I can fix. Git status. Sorry, make f clean. Git status. Git add. Git commit. Norm fixes. Map valid working. Git push. So now we're at a good save point. Make clean. Now we can add the engine and mess it all up. Well, what I think it might be worth doing now, this is like tedious, annoying work that just has to be done for the sake of the project. I'm going to take every single function that I've written and insert it into my header file so that they're prototyped in every file and then start extracting these in a more organized way. So we should also remove okay, I don't want to remove every static. But if we're going to start moving these around, they can't be static anymore. Oh. Functions must be separated by a new line. What are you talking about, dude? Like, shut the fuck up. This tool just doesn't update. It's helpful, but it's also annoying. But it's helpful in the sense that it's helping me solve a problem that I shouldn't have to deal with in the first place because of stupid requirements. And I'm trying to put these into an order in which they occur to give it some semblance of organization. Read map. Read map goes to get map width height. Which then goes to get next valid line. Which then goes to read process and buffer. Oh my god, it's 2 lines. Which then goes to valid character. Found tab when expecting space. What are you talking about? You should not be expecting a space. You're just wrong. So I'm gonna ignore you. Yeah, exactly. Okay. Get map width height is there. Generate map. Generate map. Validate map. Necessary characters. Loop necessary characters. Loop necessary characters. I'm gonna loop my mind in a second. Check walls. Is playable. Create temp map. flood fill. Oh, every time. Okay. Two or more consecutive spaces. It's supposed to be a space? Fine. Fine. Okay. So we're going to make error.c. Error.c will take handle error, include so long.h, init game values .c include so long read map. Read map.c include so long.h. We take this. We take this. Get next valid line is going to have these three: valid character, read process and buffer, and get next valid line. Whoops, not in folder. Get next valid line.c. Include so long.h. Bang. Read map. Get map with height. Generate map. Okay, what else? Validate map. Necessary characters. Check walls is playable. But then is playable has... Yeah, there's a bunch of like nested functions with this. So there's not enough room for one file to encapsulate all these. Validate map.c. Include so long.h. Check walls. We could put check walls in the same file. Is playable. I think that should be its own thing. Same with necessary characters. Necessary characters.c. Necessary characters, loop necessary characters, loop necessary characters. Include so long.h. Okay. Convert to tabs. Great. Is playable. Create temp map. Flood fill. is playable.c include so long.h and is playable can go to the top. Create temp map. Line between, line between. Okay. So now in the make file, we need to compile main.solong. Oh my god, chill. Init game values.c error.c is play. The order doesn't matter. Just include them. Necessary characters.c read map.c validate map.c I should put this in the order that it's appearing in the file structure. It's easier to follow. Error get next valid line.c init game values.c is playable main so long necessary characters read map validate map. Include. Nice. Get next valid line. Include. File organization. Nice. I don't know like why I feel so paranoid, but never hurts to double check all this. Invalid character, everything was freed. If we block in our player, no valid path, all blocks are freed. If we block in our collectible, No valid path, all blocks freed. Put a hole in the side. Map is not surrounded by walls. I guess one thing I haven't been doing is checking if a character's missing. Necessary characters in your map are incorrect. Okay. Same thing with E. Okay. Nice. Okay. Interface. Start interface. Variable declarations must be followed by a new line. Right. Found space when expecting tab. What are you talking about? There is no space. Is it because this should be over here? Stupid. Doesn't even matter. More than 1,000 different errors detected. I'm not reporting anymore. Fine. Don't. Okay. With our loop established, a couple things we need to put in place to make sure all our events are registered. Program or user initiated. Our version, we've used the following two that take care of all of our events. Key hook, loop hook. So the key hook is for like key presses, obviously, and this is things that might happen in the program unexpectedly, so it will automatically close. Used to set up callbacks for events that occur during the main event loop. They take 3 arguments, the pointer to our window connection, a function that will be called whenever one of the event conditions are met, and a third of your own choosing. In our case, our data struct, which contains all necessary variables to make our callback function actually work. Oh. Oh, shit. Include. As far as image as game. I'm feeling like I might have fucked up with my structs. But I suppose information can always be added to a particular struct, and then I just make a function that assigns them before it's needed. It's kind of extra, but I didn't have consideration for that at the time. Pointer to the window. Function that will be called whenever one of the event conditions are met. A third of your own choosing, in our case, our data struct. Okay, whatever. MLX loop hook is used to set up a callback that is called each time the event loop runs, allowing you to perform some action or update the display before the next frame is rendered. Key hook. Each time a key is pressed, allowing you to handle keyboard input. Oh, okay. Hook is a mechanism that allows a program to intercept and respond to certain events or messages. In the context of MLX42, a hook is a function that is called whenever a specific event occurs. The MLX key hook function registers callback function whenever a key on the keyboard is pressed or released. Set up a function that will be called by the graphics library at each iteration of the loop. The function, for example, could change the image of our walls. We could give it a function that changes between a couple of similar but slightly different images every 5 iterations to give our walls, which are bushes, the illusion to be swaying in the wind. I see. In our actual game, we used it to move our enemies. Every 35 iterations of our loop, all of our enemies move 1 position. That's fun. Set up these callbacks before calling MLX loop. Once MLX loop is called, it enters a continuous loop that handles events and updates the display. MLX key hook. MLX loop hook. Okay. MLX key func. Void function void. MLX init. So I need to set squares and then make movements so that my character image is always in the middle of those squares. In this case, it's 128 by 128, which seems reasonable. eHook. Creating images. To be able to make a 2D game, we're going to need a visual representation of all the elements on our provided map. Currently, our ones represent walls, C's, collectibles, P, player, etc. However, before MLX42 can use these images to visually render our game, we have to transform the image data of the PNGs into a format that the graphics library can use. To manage this, I use 3 MLX42 functions: load PNG, texture to image, image to window. So I need to get some images. uh 2D texture, 2D asset. Well, this isn't what I want, because I'm not going to animate any of that. Just need 128 by 128 PNGs. Half of them will be filled with floors and yeah, no, I know. A lot of people recommended that I go here though. 2D. Sort. Oh, free. Can I specify PNG? Royalty free. Trying to remember what my friend showed me with how she edited all the assets for her game. She showed me a really cool tool. No. No. Make pixel art online. Pixelart.com. $128. Export down, open photo. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm not going to create anything special. I just want to be able to, like, I don't know, do some funny stuff if necessary. So make sure sprites have transparent backgrounds. Yeah, for sure. Can we put like a grass texture? Or actually, this bush was okay. This is free, right? Yeah. Oh. So then here, open, download, bush. Boom. Whoa. Because of this? Yeah. Oh, God. That'll be a lot of treeage. Yeah, it's a wall. That's what I'm getting it for. This will be my wall. I'm just trying to think, like... It's fall. There's some leaves. Isn't it beautiful? Welcome to fall. It's a beautiful autumn forest. Export, download. PNG. But this is 16 by 16. It's on fire, or it had to be Taco Bell? Yeah. Oh. There you go. So will it just extrapolate? Bam. I think it scales. I think that's the point. Because if I take... Let's go to downloads. Let's go in here. And we're going to make a folder called assets. And then I'm just going to drag both of them. Boom. There's the tree originally. There's our tree. Scales. Big Tree Gaming. But it said when I was exporting it that it would be 128, right? Width and height. This should be in pixels. And it does appear to be transparent background. So could test and just point every, yeah, that's what I want to do. We're going to put tree wall.png. MLX load PNG function. What is it complaining about? Declaration must. Oh, right. My God. Does this happen after the loop? Surely. Handles events and updates the display. Reads the file and decodes. So then pointer to an MLX texture underscore T contains information about the structure, including its dimensions, the format of the pixel data, and a pointer to the pixel data itself. So what does that look like in this guy's code? Sprites? Parse map. Load images. Load grass texture. So load textures.c. T image. What is T image? Why do they do T image? T image. Bush, grass, rupee, link, exit. MLX image T. Okay, so you store all of the pointers. So type def struct but I don't want all of this. I want to call it texture. Trees. For now, there's nothing else. So everywhere here. Oh. T texture. Everywhere we have image. Texture. And then we're just going to comment out all of this. And we're going to have tree. Inside of assets. And I called it tree wall, right? Tree wall. Why is it mad? Oh, because I called it trees. So load wall texture. We load the images. Then what do you do? Render. Image size equals 32. Pixels 64. So I think it makes sense that pixels would be half, because I'm assuming that's how we find our midpoint to center these. Pixels 64. Oh, sorry, define, not defint, define. Oops. Fill background. MLX image to window. Okay, can I just use this? And it'll put trees everywhere? make file. We want load textures.c. And then in our main, we're going to call fill background, which required game. Oh. Data image grass. We want data MLX. So he stores MLX in his struct. I see. But then in his main so long, okay, he just declares game and images. And as a result of declaring game, within game is a pointer to MLX and image. Huh? What's different about image in game and image not in game? I guess how images will change as the loops continue. Anyway. So let's put TMLX MLX. Funny. MLX, which is now a part of game, which means here, when I start interface, I'm not actually going to put this here. We're just going to say game MLX I still do want to call it interface, I think. Interface. Identifier TMLX is undefined. Is it though? Why would you say that? Game interface. And that changes this. And then this is now game interface. Game interface. Unknown type name. How did they make it work? They have the MLX. And they just say MLXT pointer MLX. What is problem? Main T game game. Game MLX. Oh. Right. Okay. But I'm doing that here. Game width times pixels. So maybe pixels has to be 128 in my case. But I was just going off in an example. So maybe this is too big. Let's do 64. I can't do 64? Why not? Let's do 48. That seems like a good size. So now it's, what did we just say? 40? 48. No. Get out of here. Interface. Data image grass. T texture. 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 I don't understand why it says TMLX is undefined. It is defined in this library. Or maybe it isn't. What? Oh, MLXT. Oh, I'm stupid. Okay. Just being dyslexic. There. Now you know what I'm talking about. God. Y is less than data height. Game height. T-game game. And we also want T texture. Texture. We want texture. Tree. And we want to receive T texture, texture. And then we want to pass texture. Incompatible with parent. Oh, right. Pointer. Yeah. Integer. Oh, size T. No. Stop it. Be normal. Error message. We're going to do handle error. I'm just going to put this because, like, oops. What are you mad about? Indent. Oh. I need to turn this off because this is creating bullshit.
Sometimes you just have to move. Are you moving along?
I am moving along. Start interface. Conflicting types. Oh, right. Textures used uninitialized. Of course it is. Um, texture equals. I don't have to malloc memory for it, do I? Can't I just call the load texture? Void load textures. Something like that. I should call this wall. So load textures, but load textures needs to be included over here. Fill background. T texture has no member named tree. Oh, right. I changed it to wall. Value of type void. Right. Well, then do I need to do any of this? I mean, I guess I have to load textures at some point, but rather than assign this, can I just pass the address of texture like before? Oy vey. 48. Fill background. Game MLX used uninitialized. Texture used uninitialized. Oh. Load textures. I guess this has to happen after. Oh, and this should be called interface. God damn it. Expression must have struct or union type, but it has type tgame star. What are you complaining about? Load textures. Texture pointer. Texture pointer. I'm going to call this interface, even though it's a parameter. Interface is stored within the game struct as a pointer. MLXT. MLXT. Address of a game. Arrow. Is that what you wanted? Did you mean to use arrow? Must have structure. Now we're back to square one. Can I just go back to, like, explicitly declaring this then? Because this is stupid. Like, what the hell? Oh, I don't want this to be 2 stars again. $19. Right. Fill background. Fill background. Ah. Interface. Game interface texture. Oh, this needs to be single star again. Son of a gun. No need to dereference that. Line 60. Right. Interface is used uninitialized. Right, now we're back here. Error message. What error message? Line 9. Load textures. Oh. Okay. So now we load the texture. Then what? Load the PNG. Texture to image. Image to window. Segfault. MLX image to window. Interface. Texture wall. X pixels, Y pixels. Something about this function. When does it claim to segfault? Right at the end. Hmm. This really doesn't give us any information at all. Oh. Whoops. Invalid address. Texture. Tree equals Texture wall. So it's looking for texture wall, which is nothing. But I'm trying to set it right now. Interface tree. MLX texture to image. The pointer to the interface and the texture to use to create the image. What's wrong with the picture? Surely nothing. I'm getting a seg fault because of line 10. Yeah, like the information isn't populated until I get to the next step. It's loading the image. Takes a string that represents the path. It reads the file, decodes the pixel data. This format is an array of bytes that represents the color of each pixel in the image. Once the function has finished decoding the pixel data, it returns a pointer, MLX texture T. Tree. I don't know. I guess for my own brain, let's call this wall. It's not going to change anything though. This struct contains information about the texture, including its dimensions, the format of the pixel data, and a pointer to the pixel data itself. Is that supposed to be null? Maybe that's the problem. After loading our PNG file into a MLX texture tstruct, we can't simply draw it on the screen. Our graphics library needs to convert the pixel data. We need to create an MLX image T structure. Contains information about the format of the transformed image data, such as its width, height, other details, along with a pointer to the actual transformed pixel data. To create this, we use the MLX texture to image function, which takes a pointer to our currently running window and a pointer to our texture data. This function initializes the image's struct so that the graphics library can work with our texture. It's important to note that this transformation of the pixel data in the texture involves converting it from its original format, such as RGBA, to a format that can be rendered to the graphics library. Once we have our initialized image struct, we can start rendering our images onto the screen. I'm not sure if it's necessary, but it's at least good form to delete the allocated memory for each texture struct after it has been loaded in a certain image struct, preventing possible memory messiness. I mean, even if it is good practice, we're not even getting there. Yawning at code, man needs more coffee, clearly. Yes, I think so. Hello, Tula. Um, uh, 5 hours straight. Not exactly how I intended to spend my Friday night, but it was a good spending of my Friday night. I'm just tired. Um, a knit game. I'm just looking at an example. As long as you enjoy it, it's all good. Yeah, I do enjoy it. I'll enjoy it a lot more when it's out of passion and not out of duty. Because this feels like doo doo. So I could. I could point to my T texture. And I could say game texture wall. And there's no need for me to locally put that there. The hell? Because I can just say game texture wall. And then I don't even really need this to be an assignment because it's just happening within the struct. This could just be a void function. And then in here, we can just remove the need for these. And this could become void as well. Now what? Assignment to MLX image T from incompatible pointer, MLX texture T. Right. That is confusing. Line 5. T images. T images. Load image. Like that. No. These two. Whoops. And this one. MLX delete texture from incompatible pointer type. Yeah. True. Return with a value. Oh yeah, there shouldn't return at all. We're just assigning it straight up. Trace back. Oh. Segfault. In the same place. Game texture wall, MLX to image, interface wall. What is it? File. This is the dot slash that's throwing it off. No. So the texture. MLX load PNG returns a pointer to MLX texture T. So I created a local pointer called wall with MLX texture T. Then I call MLX load PNG, assigning wall with whatever this returns. We load our PNG. Game texture. Does this need to be a pointer? Is that where I'm going wrong? Hmm. MLX image T struct. Maybe this just needs to be not a pointer. game. This can just stay not a pointer also, maybe? No, MLX image t is a pointer. Hmm. Jump to invalid address stated on next line. Invalid read of size 8. Go to textures. Jump to invalid address. Hello, Enigma Dev. Hope you're doing well. I'm just in a perpetual state of contemplation. I go into my game struct. I point to texture. Within the texture struct, I only have one MLX image T type. MLX texture to image returns MLX image T star. MLX image T star. I'm choosing wall, which is of type MLX image T star. I say, take my interface, take the wall that we have loaded, set it. But we segfault. What could it be? Jump to invalid address. MLX texture to image. Bad permissions for mapped region. Do I have to malloc for this? I did malloc for this. Oh. Wait a second. Texture. Does this even need to be declared? If I now have it as a struct within my game struct, I don't think I do need to do that. It does kind of mess all this up though. Frick. I feel like this is all wrong. It changes nothing. Like, my interpretation of this message is you've not allocated a place in memory for this image to be stored. But any example that I feel like I'm looking at, it doesn't do that either. I assume the library is meant to do that. Unless there's something I'm missing. Brain cells, maybe? Load image. Jesus. Define wall. It's just somewhere else I'm going wrong. Jump to the invalid address. 25. Left-hand operand of common expression. Oh. Oh, actually, I can just remove these. Where am I meant to put this? Surely it requires assignment. Assignment to MLX image T. Incompatible pointer char star. But The load textures function is incorrectly assigning the result of a comma expression to game texture wall. The correct approach is to call the load image function. Wait, oh my god, I'm actually so dumb. Are you kidding me? Oh my god, I'm blind. That's so embarrassing. That is a telltale sign of exhaustion. Yeah, you know, just call the function I didn't write. You know what I mean. Fuck's sake. Still a problem, but like... Am I not adding checks? Like, sure. Let's see if it works. I don't understand why that's different. It's the same shit. What is the difference? You added more braces and return null. The hell? What could be missing? I need to come back to this with a fresh mind later. I'm gonna lose my mind. It's already midnight. I wasn't really planning for 6 hours of straight code, but I mean, the progress was good until I hit this wall. No pun intended. Yeah, I think I might just chill. I just want to wind down and like watch some stuff. Maybe I'll play some games just like offline. But more than likely, I'll be online tomorrow. It's the weekend, so we'll chill. We'll come at this with a fresh mind and see what else we can accomplish. Hell, if I could get this project done this weekend, that'd be a miracle. But more than likely, I think I need help. But yes, thank you for hanging out. Thank you for lurking. Thank you for liking. Thank you for chilling. I appreciate all of you. I'll catch you in the next one. Have a good evening. Peace.